Rebecca here with us. She's Director Online Safety Policy from the Department Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development, Communications, Sports and the Arts, Policy and Engagement, Digital Platforms, International and Policy of the Government of Australia. What about a round of applause? That's a big ministry. She will share with us the Australia's approach to online safety, which is relevant to our theme in this year's PacIGF. Second in this session will be Patrick Donaldson from Identity Digital, and then Athena Matalavea from the Ministry of Communication and IT in Samoa. So first on the stage, we have Rebecca here to share her insights. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarai, and well done on getting through the most long title of all time. I'd love to be staring at the trees right now, but there we go. Okay, so thanks everyone for having me. It's great to be here today and talk about online safety and how we approach that in Australia. I just wanted to acknowledge at the start that digital safety and online safety can mean a lot of different things to a lot of different people. And I think like the diversity of topics we have in this session really demonstrates that. So to provide some context of what I'm talking about, we look at online safety in Australia as basically about promoting more positive online experiences for users and protecting users from online experiences that can result in harms. Those can be psychological, emotional, even sometimes physical harms. So we do focus mostly on the content layer of the internet. We see online safety as quite complementary to cybersecurity in terms of enhancing user confidence in the digital environment, but they're different things in our system. So today I'm going to just focus on a few areas. I'm going to talk a bit about our legislation, which is the Online Safety Act 2021. Then a bit about our efforts to protect children from online harms, and also about gender-based violence and abuse online. So to kick off, I'll give an overview of the Act and our regulatory approach. Apologies, anyone who came to our Tuesday workshop might have heard a bit of this already. But basically, my department is responsible for developing online safety legislation and providing policy advice on online safety to the Australian government. But we also have an independent regulator in Australia called the E-Safety Commissioner. They're responsible for implementing the legislation. The Commissioner and her team, she has a team of staff working with her to do this. And together, the Commissioner and her staff are sometimes referred to just as E-Safety. So if I refer to that later in the presentation, it's talking about the organisation as a whole, usually. The E-Safety Commissioner is appointed by the government, but they are an independent regulator. And as many of you probably know, our current Commissioner is Julie Inman-Grant. In Australia, we've had a focus on online safety for quite a while. The E-Safety Commissioner has existed in various forms since 2015. They started out being called the Children's E-Safety Commissioner. So at that time, their specific focus was just on protecting young Australians from cyberbullying. But over the years, the government has expanded the Commissioner's powers to include protections for adults as well as children, and to capture an expanded range of harms, such as image-based abuse. So the Online Safety Act is our current legislation. It passed through Australian Parliament in 2021 and came into effect in January 2022. It sets out the functions of the Commissioner and empowers them to address serious online harms and promote online safety for Australians. The Act applies to a wide range of digital platforms, including social media services, messaging, email, websites, and apps. It includes complaint schemes that directly assist Australian individuals, but also more systemic measures that target industry efforts to combat harms on their platforms. With the complaint schemes, there are 4 different ones that cover different types of content. As I said, they provide an avenue for Australian individuals to basically have certain harmful content removed from services. So the schemes cover cyberbullying of children, serious cyber abuse of adults, image-based abuse, also known as the non-consensual sharing of intimate images, or basically naked pictures shared without permission, and also illegal and seriously harmful material. This is what we refer to as the worst of the worst content, such as child sexual exploitation and abuse material. The legislation empowers the eSafety Commissioner to request and require digital platforms to remove this type of content. The way the complaint schemes work differs slightly for each of the topics, and I'll talk a bit more about cyberbullying and image-based abuse later on. But in general, it's important to note that the content must fit under the definitions outlined in the Act to be considered for a removal notice. The definitions in the Act have been really carefully and purposefully set with the aim to strike the right balance between upholding freedom of expression and protecting our citizens from online harms. In addition to the complaint schemes, the Act has some industry accountability and transparency measures. One of those is called the Basic Online Safety Expectations. It is a tool that sets out the government's expectations of online service providers. The expectations include things like making sure services proactively minimize unlawful and harmful content on their services and design their services with the best interests of the child in mind. The Act gives the Commissioner the powers to get reports from industry on how they're meeting their expectations. So this gives us really good information on what industry are actually doing. And eSafety can publish parts of these reports and make them available to the public, which is great for sharing this knowledge about what steps services can actually take. So, for example, at the moment, eSafety has some reports available on their website about how certain social media services respond to terrorist and violent extremist material on their platforms. Another industry-focused measure under the Act are industry codes and standards. The purpose of those is to outline the steps that industry must take to prevent access, exposure to, or distribution of harmful online content. The eSafety Commissioner has registered codes and standards for 8 sections of industry that cover the most seriously harmful content like child sexual exploitation and abuse material and pro-terror material. Those codes are now in effect. And eSafety is working with industry on a second set of codes, which will cover different type of content focused primarily on limiting children's access to age inappropriate content like online pornography. The codes for online pornography and other such material will consider things like parental controls, default safety and privacy settings to minimize children's exposure. The way it works is that if the Commissioner declines to register a code, which is developed by the industry bodies in the first instance, she then has the power to make an industry standard. So basically the Commissioner will assess industry's draft proposals to see if it meets appropriate community safeguards for Australians, and if they don't find it adequate, they can impose a standard instead. This has happened a couple of times already, but for the most part, industry codes have been accepted. If industry doesn't comply with obligations under one of the codes or standards, there's a financial penalty of up to 49.5 million Australian dollars. One thing I will add there is that everything under the Online Safety Act is civil, it's not criminal penalties, and it is the main enforcement mechanism is financial penalties. So that's a bit about the Act. Obviously, we have a huge focus on protecting children from online harms. So I'll talk a bit about how we're doing that. We know that so many children are online now, and it's really important that we provide them with skills and confidence to navigate the digital environment safely. So education and awareness is a huge part of our efforts here. But the effects of online harms on children can be really severe and can seep into the offline world in really frightening ways, like the effects of cyberbullying on children's mental health, for example. So we try and do all we can to make the online space safer for children. So one of those things which is fairly recent is we are introducing a minimum age of 16 years old to access social media in Australia. This legislation passed our parliament late last year. It essentially required an amendment to our existing Online Safety Act. So the Act now puts a legal obligation on a new category that we're calling age-restricted social media platforms to take reasonable steps to prevent Australians under 16 years old from having an account on their service. That term, age-restricted social media platforms, is a new one in our legislation. It's a very broad definition, purposefully to cast a wide net to ensure the obligation applies broadly to the diversity of services that we know and understand to be social media. However, in terms of the scope of platforms this will apply to, the Minister for Communications does have the power to rule out specific platforms or classes of platforms to narrow that scope. So, for example, the Minister could use this power to exclude messaging services where users generally don't face the same type of harmful features as mainstream social media. So when I talk about harmful features, a lot of what this is targeting is things like the endless scroll and recommender systems that continually pump harmful content to children, things like eating disorder content, body image issues, all of those things we were seeing come up a lot in Australia. We've obviously recently had an election in Australia too, so we've got a new minister right now who's considering this, but our previous minister had indicated that messaging services would be excluded, but the formal process is still ongoing at the moment to do that. So yes, the minister is currently considering the scope, including advice from the eSafety Commissioner on what should be in and out. That's part of the formal process to make this exemption rule. Hopefully we'll see a decision on that soon, but wait and see. This does come into effect in December this year, so we're obviously conscious of giving industry plenty of notice of what will be in and out, but still going through the process at the moment. Also, just on the term reasonable steps, which I didn't put on the slide, but the obligation is that the platforms take reasonable steps to prevent access. So this is used in, this terminology is in a bunch of different Australian legislation, but it basically means platforms are required to do what they can, but there's not an absolute obligation that they get it 100% right all the time. So there are different kind of approaches that could be used to do this, like different age assurance approaches. I'll talk a little bit more about the technology trial that we're running in a moment. So yes, and eSafety Commissioner has been given powers as part of this change. So that includes the ability to seek information to monitor compliance with these changes and a range of enforcement mechanisms, including civil penalties for this scheme as well. If industry breaches the obligation, they could incur a financial penalty of up to 49.5 million Australian dollars. And yes, the legal obligations will come into effect by the 10th of December. So the legislation passed last December. We've got a year before it comes into effect to work with our minister on the scope part of it, which is basically a kind of subordinate legislation to this main act, and eSafety doing some work with industry on implementation as well. So complementing the policy change, we're running an age assurance technology trial. This was announced by our Prime Minister in May last year. The tech trial is assessing the feasibility of age assurance tech in real-world applications with the aim to identify whether they are accurate, user-friendly and compliant with privacy laws. The trial is being led by a provider called the Age Check Certification Scheme, and they're working with a technical testing partner to evaluate a range of age assurance approaches. They've had 53 providers submit their technologies for assessment through the trial. The Age Check Certification Scheme is due to deliver a full report to the government later in 2025, which will include detailed findings and outcomes of the technical testing. They did recently release some preliminary findings from the trial, which indicated no significant technological barriers preventing the deployment of this tech in Australia, but these are preliminary observations only from the provider, and the government awaits the full detailed report, and that will be published in due course. Given these are significant changes, we have undertaken consumer research to better understand the views of Australians on this matter. And that did show that Australians broadly understand the need for age assurance as a means to prevent young people from accessing inappropriate content and services online. So it found around 9 in 10 adults expressed support for age assurance. 73% of children who would use a website that checked for their age would understand why that happened, why that website was checking. But of course, there is a high level of concern about security and privacy. The research found only 4.4% of adults fully trusted online platforms to store their personal information securely. So that is obviously a huge challenge. But as I said, it's one of the things that we are doing to make the online world safer for children. One of the ones that we've had for a while is the cyberbullying scheme. So under this scheme, eSafety can order service providers to remove cyberbullying material from a wide range of services, including online games, websites, messaging apps, social media. Under our legislation, an Australian child is an individual under 18 years old who's ordinarily resident in Australia. So a child being cyberbullied can report it to eSafety or ask a trusted adult to do it for them. That could be a parent or carer. It could also be a teacher, police officer, anything like that. eSafety will only investigate a cyberbullying complaint if it's already been reported to the service first. So that is an important first step in this scheme. But if the service or platform doesn't remove the material within 48 hours, then eSafety can issue them a removal notice that requires it to be removed. The scheme captures material which is likely to cause serious harm to a child's physical or mental health because it's threatening, intimidating, harassing, or humiliating. Some examples of what that might look like are things like when someone threatens to harm a child or tells or encourages other people to harm a child, or when someone teases or embarrasses a child like extremely badly. It's not intended to capture things that might just invoke an ordinary emotional reaction. It's intended to capture things that are quite serious to children's safety. In the 2023-24 financial year, eSafety received about 2,700 complaints under the cyberbullying scheme. That was a 37% increase from the previous year. And the material was removed in about 88% of all complaints for that period. So fairly successful scheme. And finally, I did just want to add about online safety education. Super important. There's a range of education and training initiatives that we have in Australia. Most are led by eSafety. So they aim to support Australians from an early age, including critical reasoning skills that they need to avoid risky online situations. They provide free resources and webinars for parents and carers on a range of topics. They provide a lot of support for educators and schools. They also have child-friendly resources, professional learning, and curriculum-aligned educational resources. They have an early years program that provides advice on how parents and carers can support young children to have more safe and enjoyable experiences online. So that is working to assist children under 5 years old. So we know that even in the very early days, these things can help. And in addition to eSafety's educational work, the government also committed $6 million to make digital and media literacy education programs available to all Australian schools for free. So those are tools that teach kids how to be safer, smarter, and more responsible in the digital world. There's 3 different products for different age ranges, 4 to 9 years old, 10 to 14, and 12 to 16 years. I'll now talk a bit about gender-based violence and abuse online, which is a big issue. So we have the image-based abuse scheme. Most complaints under this scheme are from women. It's basically, if someone shares an intimate image of someone else without their consent, that is what we term as image-based abuse. Similar to the child cyberbullying scheme, the eSafety Commissioner can require platforms to remove these images. And for both these schemes, there are financial penalties for non-compliance with the removal notice, although those penalties are lower than the other ones I mentioned. They are only about $800,000, so that's much lower. But yeah, under the Act, the definition of an intimate image is one that shows or appears to show a person naked or partly naked or in underwear during a private activity like showering or undressing. It also includes an image of someone without clothing of religious or cultural significance if they usually wear that in public, like a hijab. It also applies to images or videos, and it applies to content that is altered or faked, as well as real content. So it can capture AI-generated images and deep fakes, which we have seen a lot of in Australia recently too. Unlike the child cyberbullying scheme, though, people don't need to report image-based abuse to the platform first. They can report it directly to eSafety. This is in recognition of how harmful the quick spread of this kind of material can be for people. I also just wanted to mention, so sexual extortion is quite related to image-based abuse. That's a form of blackmail where someone threatens to share images of a person without their consent unless they give in to demands, usually for money or more images. In Australia, as I said, most victims of image-based abuse are girls and young women, but we actually find that a large percentage of sexual extortion victims are boys and young men. Sexual extortion is a crime and it's ultimately the responsibility of our Australian Federal Police. But I just mention it because the image-based abuse scheme is one small way we have of helping these victims quickly, and kind of a good example, I think, of how having a civil scheme can provide relief for people to get an image taken down while they might also be drawn into longer legal proceedings over their situation. I also just want to mention some of the services and programs eSafety provide around women's safety. So they have training to assist disability specialists and frontline workers in the domestic and family violence sector to build skills and knowledge to assist their clients with online safety matters. They also have a grants program, which is about preventing tech-based abuse of women. The grants program is part of the Australian government's commitment to improving the safety of Australian women and children by preventing tech-facilitated gender-based violence. That program is being delivered from 2023 to 2028, and there's $10 million in funding available for projects in Australia for that one. And finally, I'll just mention another step we've taken sort of outside of our Online Safety Act framework is bringing together online dating services to commit to a voluntary safety code. So Australian research from October 2022 found that 3 in 4 people using dating apps or websites experienced some form of sexual violence in the last 5 years. So that includes sexual harassment, abusive or threatening language, or image-based abuse, or even stalking. So the online dating industry have got together and made commitments under this voluntary code to things like having systems to detect potential harms on their services, having prominent and transparent complaints and reporting mechanisms, and proactively engaging with Australian law enforcement, including escalating complaints where there's an imminent threat to someone's safety. As I said, it's voluntary code, it's not mandatory, and it hasn't been in operation for very long, so it's hard to comment on effectiveness, but I think it's a good example of working with industry on these kind of issues. That's my main stuff, but before I finish, I was just going to also mention that last year we had an independent review of our Online Safety Act. The reviewer consulted widely and has made 67 recommendations to the government on how we could strengthen the Act. A key recommendation was to establish a duty of care as a new way to improve safety for Australians. Duty of care models for online safety exist in some other jurisdictions like the UK and the EU. They basically require online services to take a risk assessment and management approach to prevent foreseeable harms on their services. The Australian government has committed to introducing a digital duty of care in Australia. The details and the model that will be used are being worked through, and the response to the rest of the recommendations in that review are also being worked through. But yeah, online harms are always evolving, so we need to work together to keep pace with the technological change and to do the best we can to keep our citizens safe online. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rebecca. We leave the questions after all the presentations, but now we call Patrick Donaldson, CEO of Identity Digital, for his presentation on leveraging ISO 27001 for better information security in Pacific Island countries. And this is a good connection from yesterday. Yesterday, we heard the FFA's journey towards obtaining their ISO certificate. And today we hear from Donaldson how to guide for organizations to achieve and maintain a high level of digital security. So looking forward to it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just make sure. Yep, okay, we're good. That's good, yes, thank you. Okay. Let's drag this here. Great, just give me 1 sec. Okay, today I'm going to talk to you about leveraging ISO 27001 for better information security in Pacific Island countries. My name is Pat Donaldson. I am from Identity Digital, and thank you for having me today. So I'll just take you quickly through the agenda. I'll just go through a company overview on who we are at Identity Digital, our security practices. I'll take you through our current landscape, which online threats and challenges in protecting information security, what is information security, and ISO 27001 mandatory requirements. And then the last part, I'll just take you through adopting core program principles. So what you can do right now, assessing internal and external factors, contributing to information security, establishing basic controls, promoting and encouraging staff awareness, and performance evaluation and improvement. Okay, so company overview. We're a leading backend registry provider. We provide services to over 450 top-level domains around the world. And that includes governments, registries, businesses, and countries. And in this region, we provide registry services to Australia for the .au CCTLD. As an established global organization, we are standards compliant and have the registry tools and programs implemented for immediate use. We have a multi-level security approach along with 260 staff dedicated to safe and reliable operations of our registry. We're a pioneer in DNSSEC deployment. In fact, we provided the technology support for .org's adoption of DNSSEC, which at the time was the largest TLD to sign at both the zone and delegation level. All of our TLDs are signed. And I'd say our technical solution represents an enhancement to most existing systems. Our registry system provides a stable, secure, and sustainable platform for all the TLDs under our management. Okay, so our approach to security at Identity Digital is comprehensive, addressing security for people, processes, data, and systems. Our security management policies and procedures are regularly reviewed to ensure our actions are always evolving to address new or changing threats. At Identity Digital Australia, where I'm based, we hold certifications for ISO 27001, which is Information Security Management System, and I'll talk about that today. ISO 22301, which is Business Continuity Management System, and ISO 9001, which is a quality assurance. So today, we just want to share some tips for using ISO 27001 as a flexible guide for your organization, while acknowledging there's unique challenges that the Pacific Islands face, and because becoming certified does come with a cost and includes quarterly and annual audits. So if you're not in a position to become certified, you can still implement basic framework as a guide for your organization. The current landscape. So there's online threats everywhere. Given recent attacks, it's evident that countries within the Pacific Islands need to be vigilant and work on enhancing their level of protection. Despite the warning of a hacking group operating in the region, hackers found their way into Papua New Guinea's Internal Revenue Commission, which just happened in January 2025. Attacks like this cause serious damage at both a financial and operational capacity. And there are a range of different ways that cyber criminals are finding their way into specific systems, many of which we have listed here. But these threats are evolving every day. I mean, in fact, yesterday, you may have just heard that Qantas just announced they had been hacked as well. They exposed, I think, around 6 million customers' data, which is very unfortunate. But you would have seen they've done a very comprehensive review and put out a statement earlier this morning. Protecting information security. So what is information security? So information security is the protection of information against unauthorized disclosure, transfer, modification, or destruction, whether accidental or intentional. Organizational information may include business data that relates directly to your business, including financial information, documents such as plans, procedures, and other documents exchanged via email. Technology may refer to computer software and devices used. People refers to staff members who are privy to organizational information. And supplier refers to any information regarding your suppliers. To protect our information, our organizational information, Identity Digital follows the ISO 27001 standard. And this international standards outlines a set of mandatory requirements designed to help organizations manage the security of their data systematically and effectively. By aligning with ISO 27001, we ensure that key areas of information security are addressed from risk management to leadership commitment. The standard is made up of several components, each of which plays an essential role in creating a strong and sustainable security framework. You can see them listed here. I'll go through all these individually as well throughout the presentation, but we'll talk about the context of the organization, which refers to internal, external factors that affect a business's information security. Leadership includes identifying key stakeholders, aligning scope, and demonstrating a commitment from top management. Planning, support, and operation, maintaining an information security policy, ensuring compliance, conducting risk assessments, allocating resources for implementation, training and awareness, managing procedures and incidents, and performance evaluation, improvement. Develop plans to mitigate vulnerabilities, setting measurable objectives, implementing controls and strategies, and conducting audits and reviews. Adopting core program principles. So to protect your organization's information security, you need to be able to identify risks and set policies that will lead to your employees making informed decisions. You can do this right now without having to consider the cost of auditing requirements that come with a full ISO 27001 certification, just by aligning with the basic framework. One important step is to implement strategic security controls across several key areas. These controls work together to protect your information assets and reduce vulnerabilities, and typically fall into 4 categories. Organizational, which is understanding the context of the organization, including internal and external factors. A good acronym to use is PESL, which is to help you reviewing your factors. So that would include political, economic, social, technological, legal, and environmental. Then there's people controls, for example, promote and encouraging staff awareness. There's physical controls, including monitoring facility access, and technological controls, which are implementing controls such as authentication and password management. By putting these controls in place, your organization can take a more comprehensive and layered approach to security that addresses not just the technology, but the people and processes behind it. Each category works in concert with the others, helping to build a more resilient and secure environment. When assessing organizational controls, internal and external factors need to be considered to provide contextual information to assist in preparing and strengthening your overall strategy. Internal factors include, but aren't limited to, policies and procedures to maintain consistency and reduce vulnerabilities, staff training to promote and encourage security awareness, IT infrastructure such as outdated software and hardware, access control, including poor identity and access management, and incident response capabilities, such as the lack of a plan, and organizational culture, such as commitment from leadership. External factors are always changing, so it's important to be vigilant and constantly monitor threats. External factors may include analyzing the cyber threat landscape, ensuring your organization is meeting certain regulations and compliance, being aware of any third-party risks, having an understanding of the economic and political environment, being prepared for technological evolution, and demonstrating an awareness of social engineering trends. People controls. So to be successful in implementing staff awareness, a thought-out comprehensive training program will need to be in place. In Australia, we follow the Australian Cybersecurity Center's Essential 8 and receive regular updates from our security team, which ensures that we are aware of practices being implemented, including patching applications, regular software updates and modifications to programs to fix bugs, patching operating systems, updating operating systems to fix security vulnerabilities, multi-factor authentication, which is requiring 2 or more types of verification to gain access to a system. Restricting administrative privileges, which is limiting who has access to high-level controls and settings on a system. Restricting application control, the next one. Regulation of which application can be executed on a network or system. Restricting Microsoft Office macros, which is limiting the ability of macros formatting and reporting capabilities that run in Office documents. And user application hardening, securing applications used by end users such as web browsers, PDF readers, and email clients. And performing regular backups, scheduled copies of your data made in consistent intervals. And of course, you can always visit cyber.gov.au to access these helpful resources, including this poster, which you can utilize at your workforce. Assessing physical controls. A good starting point for assessing your organization's physical controls is to monitor and manage visitor access. This is a simple yet effective way to improve physical security and keep track of who is entering and exiting your premise throughout the day. Maintaining an accurate visitor log not only helps with general oversight, but it's also important if there's an event or an emergency that happens or security incident. To do this effectively, you should have a clear process in place for recording visitor details. This could involve a physical sign-in sheet at the front door or desk, or more commonly now, a digital system accessible via an office tablet or kiosk. The system should capture key information such as the visitor's full name, time of arrival and departure, the name of the employee they're meeting, and the purpose of the visit. It's also important to make sure the responsibility for this step is clearly assigned. The staff member who is hosting the visitor should be accountable for ensuring that the sign-in process is properly followed. This includes confirming that the visitor is signed in and out, ensuring a visitor badge if required, and ensuring they're escorted through any restricted areas. By putting these basic controls in place, you can reduce the risk of unauthorized access. And then assessing technological controls. When assessing your organization's technological controls, it's important to include regular performance evaluations and actively look for opportunities to improve. This means not only checking whether your current systems are functioning properly, but also identifying areas where your defenses could be strengthened based on emerging threats or lessons learned from past incidents. One key area for improvement is staff awareness and training, particularly when it comes to recognizing signs of cyber threats. Staff should learn to spot red flags like unusual sender addresses, urgent or threatening language, misspellings, and unexpected requests for sensitive information or payments. Clicking on a malicious link can result in the automatic installation of malware, ransomware, or spyware, or lead to credential theft or financial loss. To support this, your organization should run regular simulated phishing tests and provide short, engaging training modules that keep cybersecurity top of mind. These initiatives not only help evaluate the effectiveness of your current controls, but also create a culture of shared responsibility where everyone understands they have a role to play in protecting the organization's informational systems. So by consistently reviewing your technological controls and investing in practical staff training, you'll be better equipped to adapt to new risks and reduce the likelihood of successful attacks. So in summary, given the current threat landscape where cyber attacks are growing more frequent, sophisticated and damaging, it's more important than ever for organizations to have clear and effective strategies in place to protect their information. Data breaches, ransomware attacks, and social engineering attempts can have serious financial, reputational, and operational consequences. Being proactive about information security is no longer optional, it is essential. One practical way to do this is by adopting the ISO 27001 framework to produce a structured risk-based approach to managing information security. By applying its core principles to assess and strengthen your organizational, people, physical, and technological controls, you can create a more secure and resilient environment. These controls don't just work in isolation, they support each other, helping to reduce vulnerabilities and build a consistent security culture across the entire organization. Once you begin implementing the strategies and ideas we have covered and start embedding security into daily routines and decision-making, you'll notice a shift in your overall security posture. Security won't be just something handled by the IT team. It'll become a shared responsibility. Staff will be more aware of threats, better equipped to respond to them, and more confident in recognizing early warning signs. So by taking a thoughtful and practical approach to information security guided by ISO 27001, your organization will be in a better position to prevent incidents, respond effectively when they do occur, and maintain the trust of your stakeholders in an increasingly volatile digital world. Thank you. Sit down.
Thank you, Patrick. Our next speaker is Athena Matalavea from Samoa Ministry of Communication Information Technology, and her presentation will be on Samoa cybersecurity response at CHOCOM. Welcome on stage, Athena.
All right. Paftai Leota, yeah, Molia Manoa, and a very good morning to everyone. Very happy to see that everyone made it on time. Okay, so yes, my topic for today is the cybersecurity response during CHOGM. Specifically, because I know that yesterday was more on the cybersecurity area, today I've tailored it a bit more to, of course, digital safety as well as the inclusion. So without further ado, so the age-old question of why cybersecurity, I think it's very obvious, but I think it's still something that needs to be stated. Hosting high-level meetings like the Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting that was held last year in October 2024, it really was the idea of minimizing disruption, but maximizing protection. International events such as CHOGM attract a very high level of interest, whether it is opportunistic or strategic. And then the question of how did we go about trying to ensure that goal of minimizing disruption as well as maximizing protection? There are three areas that I would like to speak about today with regards to that particular response. One is the establishment of a CHOGM CERT. Two is the establishment of a security operations center. And then three, the general awareness, especially in the area of cyber safety. With regards to the CHOGM Security Operations Center, this was an initiative that was supported by the Government of Australia through their RAPID program. RAPID program being the Rapid Assistance to Pacific Island Incidences and Disasters. This is a program which includes the response to cybersecurity incidences that can occur in the Pacific, which we are seeing a lot of recently, as been noted by previous speakers. It is an area of concern. Okay. So a security operations center is actually very critical for the operation of a CERT, in the sense that it allows for early detection of cyber incidences before they become incidences, so events. I think in the previous session yesterday, there was talk on the CMs, especially with FFA. So it's a very similar concept, setting up the security operations center, meaning that we're gathering telemetry from primary log sources in order to see these events as they happen and escalate them to incidences if necessary. So this is all in the spirit of being able to respond early so that whatever consequences that may come will be minimized. So how the Security Operations Center for Samoa was set up, particularly for CHOGM, was really cooperation between our telecom providers. And in saying so, I also want to mention our major sponsor today, which is Vodafone as well. They really provided the ability to work together in order to have the ability to see into a network. And when I say see into a network, it's mostly just traffic logs, network telemetry. And then this would all be centralized and coming into what we established as 3 working streams inside the Security Operations Center. One of them being the intelligence working stream, the threat hunting working stream, and the monitoring working stream. So within the Security Operations Center, these were the 3 streams that we had our teams rotate among, and it was really also the goal of building capacity locally, as well as seeing the experience of being in a security operations center within Samoa. because we work alongside our experts from both New Zealand and Australia. And so a typical day in a security operations center is every morning we gather. We have our briefings. Whatever happened the day before, this is what we go through. And then we split into these working streams. Whatever events, incidences that happen or that we see, this is what our daily, maybe between 10 to 4 may look like. And then around 5 p.m., we come back together for our daily debriefings, especially what can be improved for the next day. And then by 7 p.m., we'd kick it to a remote SOC. Obviously, because we could not man the Security Operations Center 24 hours due to limited resources, we were fortunate to have that support also remotely in Australia. So this is what a typical Security Operations Center, specifically for CHOGM, looked like. And I highlight here the structure, mostly because that is how many people were involved in the communications, the governance. It may seem simple, but it's a very complicated organism. Trying to make sure that in order to respond, we need all these elements together. And I say, I highlight this here in particular because technically the SOC was only stood up for a week, that week of CHOGM. So that had to be done maybe just probably 2 weeks prior to it, making sure that the governance was there, making sure that all our stakeholders were aware of what might entail their support should something happen. So all this was happening in the background, and the SOC was only stood up for a week during CHOGM. And so the teams, I should say, that work within the Security Operations Center, but also supporting our venues. It's actually a team made up of 45 plus 10, and then plus a few more. So it's definitely a multi-stakeholder approach that we took here. Being in a low resource setting, we don't have enough manpower in order to respond. So in order to bridge that gap, there were 45 ICT employees that were seconded from various government ministries and agencies. They were brought in probably 8 months prior, and then that's when the training started, really upskilling them in terms of cybersecurity concepts like threat hunting, also incident response. There are various core competencies that were covered within these series of training. I think there was like 10 within that 8-month period. Now, of course, we get the usual maybe 45 people came in the first training and then 30 throughout. But the 45 that remained were the ones that were consistent. So we were very happy to have that. And again, we thank all the government agencies here today that were part of this. So in addition to that, we also was provided support from 10 representatives from the Pacific. These 10 representatives work in areas related to cybersecurity, either through a CERT or still performing CERT-like functions. And all those Pacific Island countries there, Vanuatu, Solomon Islands, Nauru, Kiribati, Tonga, Papua New Guinea, Tokelau, Tuvalu, and Palau. We had representatives from each of those countries to come in and also assist with both their Security Operations Center as well as our remote SOC teams. And I say that they were based in the venues. There were about, I think, 14 venues during the event. So as you can see, we had to have these teams deployed daily and brought back for debriefings and the like. Okay, so that was the operations during Chogam. So all these people were divided into 6 teams because not all venues were used simultaneously during Chogam. So there was the ability to rotate teams. And again, the idea that we were really pursuing here is continuous and sustainable, ongoing capacity building, like a left seat, right seat approach. We have our expertise and we have our experts in country, but we also have the ability to train our local IT professionals as we go. I think that was one of the key things that we really wanted to have for this particular operation. Okay. In addition to having a Chogam cert and also establishing a security operations center, these activities ran parallel. So targeted awareness. Targeted awareness in this sense was that we were also able to luckily have a local cybersecurity firm, WebSafe, which we worked with, in order for them to do the trainings for our private firms, in particular, the hotel associations, the, what do you call it? The grocery stores, anything that's customer facing, really. And that was an attempt to try and really bring up our ecosystem in terms of cybersecurity awareness, cyber safety. And at the same time, we had general awareness campaigns going through billboards, print media, social media, to really try and educate the public with regards to cyber safety during that time, because we were expecting more than 3,000 delegates for Chogam, and high-level delegations such as you'd expect in Chogam. There was really a need for that surge capacity, both in human resource, but also in knowledge and understanding of what needs to be addressed and who you can go to if something should happen. So with that particular Cyber Pacific, I'm sorry, I couldn't find it, but we did translate that just for the general awareness of our public in the Samoan language. But this is not something that's also localized to Samoa, obviously. This is also through PacIGF, which is okay, I'm not going to try and remember what the whole acronym was, but it is an operational network for security professionals in the Pacific. And this is one of the campaigns that is common to the Pacific. And I think this really helped us, especially when we go out to communities, for people to remember these sort of aspects to keep themselves safe and also to improve cyber hygiene. Okay, a few of the key learnings, especially during Chogam, and I think this is quite reiterative in a lot of the sessions that have passed, is that for Pacific Island country, especially low resource settings, sustaining capacity and building those core competencies are extremely important. Our people are important to build. Yes, we do have the occasional net migration worries, but it will never stop the continuous need to learn and the building of our people. Visibility is absolutely key to enabling a CERT to respond effectively and efficiently, and that is usually through the deployment of technology. So investment in technology is absolutely critical. I might have to add that a lot of the technology that we use during the Security Operations Center, thank you, Australia, but yeah, they still took them back with them. But that's okay. I think it was something that really made it more concrete that we do need investments in this technology in order for us to actually be more proactive with our cybersecurity response. Multi-stakeholderism, that's a concept that is very pervasive in this forum, but it is absolutely critical. This operation was definitely what I would say is an international achievement. Like I mentioned before, we had representatives from the Pacific. We had our partners from Australia and New Zealand. We have people from all walks of life, government agencies coming together to really ensuring that we achieve the goal, again, of maximizing protection as well as minimizing disruption. Okay. And not forgetting that we also need to build the digital literacy as well as cyber hygiene practices of our community. We all know we're only as secure as our weakest link, I suppose, but it really grounds the concept that cybersecurity is everyone's responsibility. It's not just an IT issue. It is everyone from the grassroots up. Okay, and that in itself is complementary, I think, as Rebecca had mentioned. Online safety is very much complementary to overall cybersecurity. Okay, and then the need for governance and regulatory frameworks. I pay special attention to this because regulatory frameworks in the Pacific, well, from our experience personally in Samoa, is that it does take a while to get to a stage where we can say we have provided an enabling environment legally for cybersecurity. So in saying that, we at the Ministry of Communications and IT are hoping to finalize our national cybersecurity strategy. Based on the learnings both of CHOGM and prior, we've identified these 4 pillars, which we have consulted with our stakeholders. And I'd have to be honest, our stakeholders were quite brutal in voicing their concerns as well as also their feedback, but that's something that we want, because when we hear this feedback, we know for certain that everyone's involved and included in founding these goals. So those are the 4 goals for our new strategic plan. It's enhancement of cooperation as well as the governance, developing legal and regulatory frameworks, protection of critical information infrastructure. This is something that probably I didn't highlight more in my presentation, but it became very apparent that even with the temporary networks that we set up for CHOGM, when we come back to our normal daily lives, it does not take away the fact that we are still prone, vulnerable to security risks. And we can take the goal of minimizing disruption and maximizing protection for CHOGM and apply that nationally to our own local context. It does not change. The goal does not change. So therefore, critical information infrastructure, I probably don't have to elaborate on how important that is for our country, hence why the emphasis and protection of it. And then, of course, promoting education, awareness, and innovation, especially for increasing online safety. These are our 4 goals. We are still deliberating and going back to our stakeholders for their agreements, because we need their agreements so that we can all make sure that we achieve these goals in the next 5 years, hopefully. But yes. And that brings me to the end of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you to our esteemed speakers this morning for the first session of the second day. What about another round of applause for them? And now we have only 4 minutes for questions before the morning tea. So if we have 2 questions, that would be fine. If not, we can discuss more at morning tea. And also the next session, this will be a interactive session, because we give you an opportunity to share your insights when we divide it into groups. So yeah, now give the floor 2 minutes now. Any questions for the panel? Yes, Dave. Please go to the mic. You have to walk down to the mic to ask your questions.
Yep. My question's for Rebecca. Age verification. Is the genie already out of the bottle? How do we stuff it back in? You've got kids out there that are, I've got 2 teenage kids on social media now. The way that it's being explained to us from industry, let me just turn that one around because I'm representing myself, not my organization. The way it's being represented to us is most of the platforms will be looking at using third-party verification services. So does every Australian now have to go and recertify to prove that they are over 16? This is a very big burden. I think it's going to drive a lot of people away from what is already a failing social media market in Australia.
Hello. Yes, thank you for the question. And yes, appreciate that viewpoint, and we have heard that a lot. As I said, the legal obligation is just about reasonable steps, which can mean many things, and it doesn't mean that it has to be 100% accurate. Obviously, we're still going through the process with the trial and looking at the different technologies that could be used. And I should add that trial is not going to be making particular recommendations of technologies that industry should use. It's just about kind of assessing the market and providing information about what's out there and how it works. The legislation does have privacy protections in it as well, which I'm not as well briefed in as I should be, but I believe they are around the need for data collected to be kind of ring-fenced, only kept for that specific purpose, and very closely handled. And the Australian Information Commissioner has been one of our key stakeholders in this project as well. But yeah, totally appreciate those concerns. It is a big change, a really big change in Australia. So we've got a lot to work through before December, to say the least. Thanks.
Thank you. I have 2 questions, one for Rebecca. I think it's a simple question. What drives the approach, especially for the social media age restriction? Why is it important now and not before?
Thank you. That is a really good question. I think, like I said, we've had the current act in place since 2021. So a bit of it, I think, has been seeing how that works in practice and if that is addressing the kind of harms that we see children experience. And it is to an extent, but another part of it is the nature of online harms, as I said, evolve so much and change over time. So I think more recently we've seen a lot of issues from some of those features on social media platforms like recommender systems. And there are actually some states in the US that are aiming to regulate just those features of the platforms, which is an interesting approach. But yeah, partly the evolving nature of the harms is why it's happened now. To be very honest with everyone too, it's a big change, and it had bipartisan political support. So there was a political window through which this happened. And yeah, I think interestingly, there was a lot of public support, obviously a lot of concerns as well, not denying that. But we did hear from a lot of parents that to be able to kind of have this as a social norm in Australia, that children aren't on these platforms, is really helpful to them. So kind of a few different things, but nothing in particular.
Thank you. My next question is for Hui. So that was a big operation that you did for Jocom. I'm wondering if this might be an approach some way in the future for our Pacific leaders. Are they looking at that sort of security or cybersecurity approach in their meetings? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. I think I didn't mention, but this approach to CHOGM, this was probably the first time that it's happened in the Pacific. So it's definitely a learning model that, well, because we went through it, and in its sense, it was successful. I think it is something that we can use as definitely a learning model for how we approach events in the Pacific. I think other than the fact that we always seem to be looking for IT competent professionals within the Pacific, you know, instead of, we can also consider looking in other Pacific Island countries. You know, we can definitely share these sort of resources, and it's possible. We proved it here in CHOGM that we can work together for cybersecurity. That, you know, have the resources that other countries may not have in hosting, not just hosting big events, but should there be an incident. Of course, this all depends on governing legal frameworks. That's something that needs to be established, especially when we're trying to protect data sovereignty. But I think it's definitely something that can be used by Pacific leaders. I mean, especially within PIFs, perhaps can consider that this is something going forward we can utilize, especially with our low resource settings. And it does comply to a lot of, such as the BOE Declaration and this whole identity of being part of the Blue Pacific. I feel like that sort of cooperation and partnership is definitely embedded in this approach and can definitely be used.
One more question from Mose.
Thank you. So for Rebecca, in the Online Safety Act, is there anything in there that addresses jurisdiction concerns? Like if someone commits a crime from another country, how do you address that with regards to the Act? Thank you.
Thank you. Another really good question. The Act does cover online harms against Australian citizens. So the purpose of the Act doesn't matter from where that is posted or where it came from. The Commissioner can address that. However, you know, in practice, that can be tricky. There's been a couple of legal cases about particular decisions in our court system at the moment. And one in particular where the Commissioner ordered the removal of material live streaming a declared terrorist event, and basically had required X to take it down for all users. Under the Act, her responsibility is to make sure that she's protecting all Australians. So that case was really interesting because it centered around the fact that, I'm going to get the text slightly wrong, I think X geo-blocked the material for Australia, but Australian users with a VPN could still use it. So the Commissioner's interpretation there was it's still available, they need to take it down. X's interpretation was very different. So that matter went before the courts recently. And I think ultimately showed some of the issues that we have with the enforcement and the jurisdiction. Obviously, a lot of platforms are based in the US as well, which We have a free trade agreement between the US and Australia, so that also plays into it. But yeah, challenging, definitely. But the aim is to, any material that targets an Australian, no matter where it comes from. Thanks. If I can quickly add to, Dave forgot to mention this. We are talking about age assurance rather than verification. So we are not doing anything that requires people to give up ID details. For example, there's different approaches that can be used. There's technologies that can estimate age based on biometrics. Obviously, that's still sensitive data, but there's all kinds of different approaches to this that don't require like full verification based on an ID, for example. Thanks.
And it's the morning tea time. So just to wrap up, in conclusion with the digital security, digital safety session, we learned that multi-stakeholderism, it's important. As we learn from the Telkom experience we have here. And we also need to, it's essential to align with the ISO 27001, and also to know that Australia has an Online Safety Act that guide and protect the citizens of Australia that can lead to us in the Pacific. So cybersecurity is everyone's responsibility. So we are responsible. As I mentioned yesterday, internet, we are the custodians of the internet governance, the Pacific, local, and global. So thank you for listening for this session. Morning tea time, please. We have to pay on time. So we get back here 11:30. Oh, one more. We have a small token of appreciation for our speakers. Can we get our gifts there? Sili Faman Muli. My make holong ay.